Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Okay, we finish. We finish module number 1, where we have to discuss about Pondicherry and Goa, and then the most important module number 2, which is the concept of what we call as official language controversy, official language controversy, and linguistic reorganization. And as I told you, Sunday, 17th December, we'll have 2 sessions, most probably after 1 p.m. 1 to 4 p.m. we will cover module number 3, and thereafter 4:30 we'll start again until 8 p.m. we'll have our doubt session. We'll have our doubt session. So, and as always, I told you, for doubts, IAS live @byjuice.com. Have to send the email with subject tagline modern history doubt. Hayat will discuss that exact question. That is reorganization or linguistic reorganization and answer. Because it creates a very big precedence, which is a problematic aspect in itself. Modern history is more important than post-independence. Yes, any day post-independence is only mains. And that too, the questions are coming on and off, 0 to 1 question. In modern India, in GS paper 1, you will get at least 2 to 3 questions. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Like more empirical, analytical questions. Post-independence questions are mostly, I'll show you the questions on Sunday. They are actually quite conceptual questions. Factual don't come. Mains questions are very rarely factual. Good evening. Are very rarely factual. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Governor General newspaper PDF link is not opening. Vikram, have you tried to copy that link into a URL? It should open. It should open. I would request the SME to just push that link again if possible. Are paramountcy same and suzerainty same thing? Paramountcy is a smaller word, suzerainty is a bigger word. Suzerainty is a concept, paramountcy is the application of that concept. Sudhanshu is saying it is opening. Jayadi, I am not sure which batch, but from tomorrow evening, we start ancient medieval art and culture. I don't know which batch. Batch, it says batch 1. I'm not sure. It says batch 1. Ancient history starts. Batch 1. Evening. Batch 1 to 6. Okay, Prerna says batch 1 to 6. Is suzerainty imperialism same? No. Imperialism is imperialism. It's a colonialism imperialism. Suzerainty is concept of decentralization. Imperialism is to dominate somebody. World history will understand that. The SME has been kind enough to push that link again if somebody needs newspaper and Governor General's list. Today, in a way, is our last class for post-independence and modern day. Your journey ends on 12/12/23, and we just have one day in which we do two things and finish everything. From tomorrow, 13/12/23, I will meet, according to you, batch 1 to 6. I am not sure, but batch 1 to 6, ancient, medieval, and art and culture. Ironically, just today I finished in morning ancient medieval art and culture, and we will start this journey of again 24 classes. 7 ancient, 7 medieval, 10 art and culture. Doubts is for both modern histories. No, one session, as I said here. This is the doubt session. Yes, for I think Dr. Ashish, I think batch 7, which is the last batch, it would be geography, I think. It should be geography. So you will do it with me later in April, March, April. When will you start ancient medieval weekend batch? That is again in February. You can't join them simultaneously, Dr. Ashish, because both happen simultaneously. Prerna saying batch 7 ancient medieval starts on 28th March. I have not taught anything till this point. Shabir, you all have what we call as year-long timetables. You know your batch, just identify it in that. You're not coming in morning batch. Right now, not morning, only evening. See, Aditya, it is on which batch you are. Batch 1 joined the first, so they'll finish everything 1 or 2 months before you. You will finish it 2 months after. That's the way it works. Okay. We wait 1 more minute. Still 15, 20, 30 people of you are not there. You can switch your batch. That is something which you can do. I think there's an option on the right hand corner to switch batches. Basic point is I will be starting tomorrow evening ancient medieval art and culture. So 7, 7, 10, it is your call, evening batch. I will be in evening for the next 1.5 months in that sense, which is 24 classes. I'll be in this only. It's not possible to see other batch classes. You can switch batches. That is the beauty. The SMEs also send the way to switch a batch. That is the beauty. You can do every batch every time, 7 times you can do any subject. We will have a class on Saturday. No, you will just meet me after today on Sunday. Please note this, on Sunday you meet me. This is a very important point. We finish post-independence last module and doubt session on Sunday. This is a very important point. We meet on 17th now. From tomorrow, we will start ancient first class, first module. Morning batches 6 to 9:30. You and the SME has been kind enough to push it. Go into my classroom, my enrolled courses, 3 dots, and then switch batch. What is the first sub you going to teach? Subject. Ancient starts with prehistory. Okay, can we start? Yes? Anubhav, I have sent it to the team. We'll get it sorted. Okay. From tomorrow morning, you have from tomorrow you have two classes: geography and ancient medieval art and culture. 1 to 6 or 1 to 5, whatever it is, ancient medieval art and culture. I will be there for ancient medieval art and culture. You join me, totally your call. Morning, I think internal security and economics starts. Okay. Now, yesterday we covered a very important topic, which is basically the concept of two things: challenges and integration of princely states. Princely states. These two are very important generally because you can get questions out of this area automatically, specifically this princely states one. In this, we discussed Junagadh, we discussed uh, Hyderabad, and we discussed Jammu and Kashmir as the last one, and then we discussed the modern India questions in that regard. Now, Jodhpur, Travancore, and Bhopal being the other things also. Now, today we finish this basic area by integrating two other foreign territories which were there in India. One was Goa, the other one was Pondicherry. Pondicherry, Mahe, Karikal, Yanam, together called Pondicherry. This was under the Portuguese and this was under the French. Under the French. So tomorrow evening, subject geography, isn't it? Vittel, which means that you're batch 7, sure. Okay. Whatever your dashboard shows, you can join that. And if you are not doing ancient medieval art and culture with me, you will do it later in March. Okay. Now, these two areas somehow were just hanging around as the national movement was going on, and the Portuguese and the French held on to these areas for quite a long time that way. When it comes to Goa, since 1510 itself, and Pondicherry since 1674, and they went unnoticed in a way when it comes to India's consolidation. However, the question with regards to Pondicherry and Goa also came up in front of the Constituent Assembly, and we now have to see how did they manage it. First, let's talk about Goa. Goa, one of the oldest colonies of the Portuguese in India since 1510, it was under the Portuguese, and in 1529 it became the capital. So the fact is, in 1947, when India gets independence, the transfer of power happens from the British to the interim government. The Portuguese were not involved in any way or form. And that is why when Nehru and Patel spoke to the Portuguese or asked the Portuguese about when will you leave Goa, the Portuguese said that even before British India started and you were born, and even before British even set foot in India in 1613, Goa has been a colony since 1510. And therefore, you have no jurisdiction or no idea or no concept of pushing your sovereignty over Goa in that sense. And on the eve of independence on 15th August 1947, Portuguese denied giving us Goa. Now we had much bigger issues to solve when it came to Hyderabad, Junagadh, Jammu and Kashmir, that initially we did not give too much heed to this, and we kept it okay, that okay, you want to keep it, you keep it. But India slowly but surely will start to create pressure on the Portuguese that Goa is an Indian territory and you are a colonizer having colonized an area. Now the diplomatic pressure starts by removing first the High Commission of India, High Commissioner of India, which is basically an ambassador from Lisbon. So basically, we stopped all diplomatic channels with the Portuguese, saying that there's no point having a diplomatic channel with a country which still believes in colonization even in 1950s. However, the fact was that though the Portuguese were not leaving Goa, the people of Goa and along with Goa, Daman and Diu and Dadar and Nagar Haveli, all held by the all held by the Portuguese in some way or the other. The people of these areas wanted to be part of India, and there was a tussle within this area itself, wherein the Goans thought that if they remain the part of the Portuguese, they would automatically get EU citizenship because then they are a Portuguese citizen. And this was the presumption initially, that in 1950, 1960, that 1947 to 55 period, there was a certain understanding that the Goans will automatically get Portuguese citizenship and therefore automatically become the part of the European Union. However, the Portuguese started to discriminate against Goans. They only gave them second-class citizenship. They were not giving them full rights. And even though Goa was seen as an extension of the Portuguese in India, it was still treated like a colony. And that is why from within Goa starts a movement for the integration with India. There are two high points which will basically make India quite angry. After High Commission of Lisboa or Lisbon was taken, the Goans were enjoying a lot of trade with India. So India said that if you are a foreign territory, we can't let you trade so freely. And we created an economic blockade around Goa, saying that it cannot freely trade with India because it is a foreign territory, which is technically true. So this is the second tactic which we applied to make the Portuguese give up Goa. However, the first turning point comes when there was a movement which was starting from within Goa itself, and there was a movement from Maharashtra which wanted a liberation of Goa. And on the Goan border, 3,000 Indians actually reached the Goan border and were protesting against the brutality of the Portuguese, the second-class citizen status which was given to the Goans. And in this, the Portuguese, being a colonial power, will fire upon the crowd and 30 people will die. 30 people will die in the Portuguese firing on the border of Goa itself. And now India will say that this is an unacceptable thing. And what we will do is that we will now remove all channels of communication and start to create pressure on Goa that you can't be a colony within independent India. And we have reached till 1950s, now reaching towards 1960s, and this is the case itself. But the turning point will come first in Daman and Diu, wherein a grassroots level movement will start and they will overthrow the Goan governor of Daman and Diu and ask the Indian government to install their government there. But the turning point in Goa comes, which in turn leads to what is called Operation Vijay in 1961, is that there was a ship which was plying between Lakshadweep and Kochi. And what the Portuguese do is that they fire upon an Indian ship which was plying between two Indian territories. And that will be seen as an act of aggression, an act of war. And India will then prepare its army in 1961 to then liberate Goa. Goa will finally be liberated in 1961 and will become an integral part of India in 1961. So this will be the second longest colony. Between 1510 to 1961, Goa remained close to 450 years, under Portuguese control. And this is basically the story of Goa. I'll just read it out from the PPT. It's not very difficult. It's very straightforward. When in 1950, the Indian government asked the Portuguese territory to be given back to India. Therefore, the Portuguese said that they will not negotiate with India itself, because the Portuguese argued that Goa and its possessions were integral part of Portugal since even British India existed. And in 1953, in protest of this, we stopped all the diplomatic channels with the Portuguese in that sense. Now, the point is that the Goans at this point of time were still in the lure of getting Portuguese citizenship. That will not happen. And by 1954, India will start to impose travel restrictions and start to put in economic blockades. But the first turning point will come when in Dadar and Nagar Haveli, the United Front of Goans and the Azad Gomantak Dal will fight against the Portuguese and get, or basically invite, Indian government to install its army, its government there. And in 1955, 300 unarmed Indian civilians tried to enter Goa, and 30 were killed in the way of a Portuguese police firing. And this will lead to huge outcry of on both sides in Goa and in Maharashtra. And in turn, now India will contemplate a military action. And the military action will be started when, on 24th November 1961, a passenger boat between Ahmadi Islands, held by the Portuguese, and Kochi was fired upon by the Portuguese authorities, resulting into one death. And in turn, Goa will be liberated in 1961 through Operation Vijay. Are we clear? Again, nobody is asking you to write the story about Goa, but I'm telling you the story of Goa. Are we clear? Nothing really here? Okay. Now, Mega, I think webinar may be postponed, or because I think Hashmitha is not well. Goa follow uniforms and it is contribution to the Portuguese. No, nothing like that. Operation Vijay. Okay. Can we go to Pondicherry? Vijay means win, yes. Pondicherry. Okay. Now, Pondicherry is also a very interesting case. Interesting case in the sense that when it came to, see, when will geography happen? When will ancient happen? Listen to me first. Tomorrow you come, Russian roulette, whichever class opens, sit in it. Stop getting distracted over things which you can change yourself. So stop it, because then you'll ask me to repeat and I won't. So listen to me. Still distracted. When will geography start? When will this start? When will that start? Whatever starts tomorrow, you sit in that, because that will be dictated by your batch. You can't control that. So don't worry. When will this class end? Today you get liberation from me also, don't worry. But no, the form will change. Only that post-independence will end, and from tomorrow, some of you will go into colonization of ancient medieval art and culture. So don't worry about that. Okay. Now, sir, these different 4 places are one. Pondicherry was still same as Portuguese time. Lakshya, I have to write it in a better way. I don't know what this. These 4 places as one Pondicherry was still same for at Patani what you're writing. Pondicherry. UT today basically includes Yanam, Karikal, and Mahe. That is basically three areas together with Pondicherry was held by the French. And the same story happened here also. India asked the French that leave Pondicherry. So the French said that you send a representative to France. We would like to talk to that person. Jerome D'Souza is going to go to France and negotiate. And the French very simply said, do a plebiscite. Now, when Nehru and Patel heard that the French are saying plebiscite, so Patel said, let it be, because in 1947, a plebiscite would be in the favor of France or India, with this enticement and lollipop of being a French citizen. It would be towards France, because the French population is also high. And over and above that, Puducherry is the name which we have kept. This is the name which the French kept. Puducherry, Pondicherry. Pondicherry is the original name. Now, it was very clear that in 1947, with the very big French population and people thinking that they will be part of France, a substantial population would say that they want to be part of France. And once a plebiscite happens, it would get ratified and Pondicherry would become a part of the French nation. So Patel said that let's do one thing. Let us allow Pondicherry to run its course. Because at the end of the day, France is an imperial power. It will show its real colors very soon. So when Jerome D'Souza came and said to Patel and Nehru that they are asking for plebiscite, Patel said, let France keep Pondicherry. I have nothing to do with this area because it's too small, and as it is, we have bigger issues. And he knew that the French will show their ideas very soon. And that is what happens. In Pondicherry, everybody first initially jolly good French. We'll have baguette, we'll have cheese, we'll have wine, we'll get French citizenship. And what happens is that the French again start to do the same thing as the Portuguese, which is they start to now give them secondary citizenship. They start to discriminate against the Pondicherry citizens. They start to do that standard thing, which is a colonial power will always be a colonial power. And they never accepted either the Goans or the Pondicherry citizens as true citizens. And therefore, what will happen is that by 1956, there was another movement which was rising within Pondicherry, which was saying that we don't want to be under France, we want to be under India. Now, France says that if that is the case, everybody needs to agree in Pondicherry. And for that same reason, there will be a actual election and plebiscite held by the communes. Communes means local governments of the Pondicherry sector. And out of 178 citizenship, 178 representatives, 170 will say that we want to be part of India. And once that 170 was in front of us, we went and gave it to the French. See, they're asking to be part of India. And the French will ratify this change by 1962, making Pondicherry the second last foreign territory or area to be added into India, which is 1962 Pondicherry. The most latest which was added was Sikkim in 1975, which I will tell you under linguistic and the reorganization concept itself, which was a protectorate of India and later added under Indira Gandhi. Now, the simple point is, Pondicherry story is also quite simple, very simple. At the time of independence, the French were not ready to give it up. Jerome D'Souza will go to France representing India, and they will say that let us go for a referendum. And seeing that the merger would not go in favor of India, government of India said, we don't want to do a referendum, keep it. However, what will happen is parallelly a movement will start here. And by 1954, there was a rising tide of nationalism towards India. And the members of the executive councils and the local communes, meaning local governments, they wanted a referendum to check if they want to be part of India or not. 5 days later, this is the same date itself, the election of these members will be done. 178 members will vote. 170 will say be part of India Republic. De facto transfer will happen within the next 2 years. And by May of 1962, Pondicherry will be integrated into India as a UT. Are we clear? If we are, we then have covered this portion of our syllabus. If anybody have land in Pakistan side, they want to leave to India, so what happened to this land? It went to Pakistan. Obviously, land will not be picked up and given to you. So it went in part of, it is called enemy property. Portuguese ship attack. No, in Portuguese flying ship between India and Portugal was attacked, or Amidi Vinyl was attacked. French and Portuguese colonialism in Pondicherry and Goa less harsh than British. No, all colonialism is the same. Can I please start this module number 2? Because a lot of you are still joining in very fashionably late, close to half an hour late, and I can't help it. That's the basic point. Indian government does not give them those portion of land in India. So Megha, you had 1 acre. You reached Delhi and you said that I had 100 acres. So how will the government of India give you 100 acres of land, and where in India will they give you? There is no justice here. Please understand this point. You could lie how much land you have. So land was never given, rehabilitation homes were given. Okay, now we enter a new zone, and that zone I still can see a lot of you being very, very, very distracted, but I will ignore that. Why will Pondicherry and Daman, why till now Pondicherry, Daman and Diu still UTs? Because too small to be a state, and too important to be left like that, or too culturally different to be added into Tamil Nadu or into Maharashtra. So Goa has a separate culture, Pondicherry is a separate culture, and that is why they can't be added. So it makes more sense. Okay. Was Pondicherry, Mahe, Karikal, Yanam termed as the? Yes. All came as one UT. Today, when you get posted in UT of Pondicherry, Mahe, Karikal, Yanam, all three are under the same. Okay. Why they will discriminate after independence wasn't there before. There was before, but people were hopeful for change. Okay. Now, we have done what are called challenges at the time of independence. In that sense, we had multiple challenges, 4 major: partition, economic issues, institutions, and last but not the least, the concept of integration of princely states and foreign territories. I presume we all are clear about this, because then we talk about post-consolidation challenges in what we call as official language controversy, and the other one is called linguistic reorganization. Institutions are colonial, not made for democracy. That is the basic area. Now, let's talk about this. Sure, Saloni. Perfect. Okay. SME, please solve Kartika's problem. Obviously, that will happen because the batch will change. So the data will change. Okay. Dadar Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu was merged. Yes, very recently, part of linguistic reorganization. I will discuss. Everything will be discussed. Now, India as a nation till today is quite divided on one issue, which is language. Every 10 to 15 kilometers, there's a change in dialect, and no, I cannot say in any proper sense that you can use one language in India and go from Jammu and Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh. Maybe in the urban areas, one language can help you, but in the rural hinterlands, you will not find that speaker itself. So when we talk about language as an issue, one language does not represent India, and that is the beauty of India itself. Because what makes India is diversity, and that too unity in diversity. That we are more alike and more the same and more the different, and that is what makes India. Culture, what we call as clothing, food, gastronomy as it is called, everything is different. So there is no one thing from length to breadth, either way you can use. But as much as language is one thing which changes, language can also be a dividing factor. And from time to time, you have seen there are multiple controversies which emerge either in southern states, either in northeastern states, either in North India, when it comes to certain languages. For example, the most recent was, for example, Bangalore Metro having English, Hindi, and Kannada. And the argument was that why do we need Hindi? When one of the official languages was already there, why have three languages? And this brings us to the first question which we have to understand, which is called official language controversy. Now, before I start, I need to tell you there are three to four words which you need to know. There's something called language. There's something called script. Pay attention. Script. And there's something called dialect. Now, script is how you write. Dialect is early form of language, which is basically if a dialect mostly don't have literature. If it becomes more and more systematized, it becomes a proper language system, or what we call as a phonetical system. Now these are very big words. Now you see something, I will explain it to you. You see, simple example I will give you, and you will automatically understand. Different scripts can write different languages. For example, the same language, Hindi language, in Roman script and in Devanagari. So the words which are coming out of my mouth, this larynx is making certain words. That is the phonetical system. Language is spoken. It's spoken. But how you put language on paper is the script. The earliest script, the original script of India is a script called Brahmi. It's called Brahmi. When I will do ancient medieval art and culture with you, I will tell you how Brahmi will become the script of Old Tamil, and then after that, every language in India, the script comes out of Brahmi only. Lipi means script, yes. Lipi or script is the same thing, how you write it down. Language is how you speak it. Dialect is when you systematize a proper dialect, it becomes a language. For example, Braj Bhasha, Magadhi, Ardh Magadhi. These are dialects. They are not proper languages because they don't have a literary tradition, but they are spoken. And in India, every language has 50 to 60 dialects attached to it. In UP, you will move, if from west to east you move, every 10 to 15 kilometers, the way of pronouncing a word changes. Because the dialect is changing. Same is true for Rajasthan. Rajasthan, north to south, if you will move, you will see that the way of speaking changes because the dialect is changing. In same, for example, previously in Andhra Pradesh, now it has changed because of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Telangana and Andhra Pradesh both speak Telugu, but their way of speaking Telugu is a little bit different. Little bit different. Certain pronunciations are different. And the same language could be having regional variations in that sense. What I'm trying to establish, the same North and South Kannada, what I'm trying to establish to you is India can be divided, if I have to divide, into 1 million, 2 million, 10 million pieces if I start to divide according to language. Can we all agree to that? Can we all agree to that? Yes? Okay. Now, on 15th August 1947, when the Constituent Assembly met, it had the first question in front of us. What should be our national language? What should be our national language? Which is Rashtra Bhasha. Rashtra Bhasha. National language. That one language represents the nation. Now here, so much controversy could emerge that India would have not been able to manage it itself. So there was a master stroke which was done by the Constituent Assembly. How many national languages we have? How many national languages we have? Online it will say none. But we have 22 national languages. All languages recognized under 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution are recognized as national language. This was the master stroke. Every major language which was there, recognize it. Therefore, people don't get divided because one nation, one language cannot represent India. So therefore, let's do one thing. Let's make every language which is major language recognizable by the Constitution and we put it into 8th schedule. And that is why today when you will give the prelims examination or the mains examination, you can write the Indian language paper in 22 languages. Any of the languages as recognized by the Constitution. Now, this is the beauty of the Constituent Assembly, because whilst people will say Hindi, in 1947, Hindi is a very different language because what's called Hindavi or Hindustani, which I will tell you. And as it is, that language would not actually represent all of India. So when it comes to national language, our Constituent Assembly managed it quite well. They just quenched this issue straightforward. They said, why fight over this? We already are fighting in north, east, west. Just recognize everybody. And this is basically a honorary situation. It's an honorary position. There you don't get anything by called a national language itself. It's an honorary thing. That what is India's national language? All 22. Now comes the more problematic aspect. Are we clear about national language? How many national languages? If you will Google it, it will say 0. But the answer is not 0, but 22. All languages under 8th schedule are national languages only. Yes? Are we clear about this technicality? Then we move forward, because that is the more interesting aspect. That is what is the controversy itself. Okay. So please don't nail me by saying that Google said, I have heard, I have listened, I got to know, somebody told me. Somewhere, if on what site you will go, you will get the answer. Some will say 22, some will say 0. It is 22. Now, the bigger issue is with the official language. Is with official language. See, Official language is called Rajbhasha. See, official language is a little bit of a tricky issue because the official language of the British was English. This is the official language of the British. So English automatically becomes colonially charged. Yes, originally only 15 were there, now they're 22. I don't want to complicate it. I'm not teaching polity. Bimre, I know. Perfect. Beautiful. 100 out of 100. Now, English is a colonial language. And you can't have multiple languages when it comes to 3 to 4 issues. For administration, for higher education, courts, official purposes, center state, state, in any of this official language, the problem is you can't have multiple. I will tell you, Shubham, don't worry. You can't have multiple for a simple reason. Because if you have multiple languages in administration, today there's a bomb threat which comes in India that terrorists have entered. Now imagine you sitting in South Block typing 22 different notices. One in Hindi, then one in Rajasthani, then one in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam. Imagine. And then being sent to every state differently. Second is that it can't be that I am studying engineering in UP in Hindi and then the book changes as soon as I go to Tamil Nadu, and you know how with language meaning changes. And when the ISRO scientists meet to develop a rocket, they all are writing notes and instructions in different languages itself. That can't be. Further, you have done your BA honors history. It can't be that you are expected to teach in any part of India because you have a fundamental right to reside and move around. So how can it be that I'm being taught in a different language and then I'm being taught teaching in a different language itself? And the biggest issue comes in law. In law, language matters. Even one word, shall, may, withheld to, small words can change the meaning of the judgment itself. And imagine Tamil Nadu High Court gives a order and now it goes to Kerala High Court, and the Kerala High Court translates it from Tamil to Malayalam and the meaning changes itself. So to be very clear, when it comes to administrative languages or higher education, courts, official purposes, there has to be consistency. Can we agree to that? That there has to be consistency. Okay. Because if it's not consistent, it creates an administrative nightmare. Now, English has its baggage. And this is just before independence, we are discussing it. English has its baggage that it is a colonial language. The language which killed Bhagat Singh, the language which jailed every leader, the language of the British. And now, when it comes to another candidate, there was one very good candidate in 1946, and that candidate was called Hindustani or Hindavi language. This Hindavi was basically Hindi plus Urdu, written in both Devanagari and in Urdu script. That is why you would have seen that in Hindi there are a lot of what we call as Urdu terms. Zara, wherever you get a nukta, it becomes what we call as a way of adding when there are multiple Urdu languages. There are multiple Urdu words within Hindi itself. And that is because of the connection with Hindavi and Hindustani. But as soon as 1947 happens, partition happens. And our lunatic friend Jinha, he makes official and national language Urdu. He makes it Urdu. So now Nehru and Patel are scratching their head what to do, because Urdu is the language of the partition of this country which wants to kill us. English is the language of the colonial masters. Yes, Arabic script, very beautiful. 100 out of 100 for anybody. Arabic script. But any question which comes with regards to how is Arabic related to Urdu, I will forward it to you. Right? So you answer this question. Now, no issues, Deepshika, you can just watch the recorded videos. I very categorically do something, but okay. Arabic script, I also know. Now, anybody who asks Arabic, how is it related to Urdu, you answer that question. Now, English is the language of the colonial master. Urdu is the language of Pakistan. So now what is left is Hindi. But when it comes to Hindi, there are two issues. There are two major issues. First thing is, can I say that Hindi is spoken all across India and understood properly across India? And the answer to that question is no. Maybe from Rajasthan, Gujarat, MP, UP, Bihar, West Bengal, little bit, Orissa, urban centers, Hindi can be understood and written. But the biggest issue is Northeast, South India, and some Western states, and the Eastern states also. In the hinterland, after you go out of Calcutta, nobody will understand Hindi. After you go out of Ahmedabad, nobody will understand Hindi. After you go out of the urban centers, you will never be able to use Hindi as it is. There will be a little bit of problematic understanding in that sense. So the first issue is Hindi is not in a way ubiquitous or can be used across the whole length and breadth of India itself. But the larger issue, much bigger issue is not this. The much bigger issue is Hindi is an underdeveloped language. What do I mean by that? In 1947, there are no science books in Hindi. There is no all India standard for Hindi. There is no book of law in Hindi. Hindi needs a little bit of time. Needs time to develop. Every language is like that, wherein it takes time to develop that language properly. Hindi was always masked with Urdu in that sense when Hindi needs a little bit of time to have, for example, a primer, Primer means language book, which could be used to teach everybody Hindi. And now Nehru is in a conundrum and the Constituent Assembly is in a conundrum. Conundrum means that they are in a dilemma. They can't make Hindi the official language because firstly the Supreme Court will not understand it. No court will understand it. And half of the country won't understand it. Maybe 60% of it. And even if they make it, Hindi itself does not have the capacity to be used automatically from 16th August as the language, or for example, of physics, chemistry, biology, doctory, or B.Tech, anything. Now, when it came to Hindi, there are now two compromises which will need to be done. See, the southern states, northeastern states, western states, and eastern states, they said, we are ready to learn Hindi, but immediate transition is too difficult. So eventually we can transition, meaning that we will introduce it in the primary level. For one generation, they will learn Hindi and then maybe we can go for Hindi. And in a way, the government of India has no other option but to keep English and develop Hindi. This is what is in Nehru's mind also. That you keep English because English was used by the British everywhere. So everybody understands English for sure. If not the countryside, every administrator, every court, every official mechanism, English is understood. And universities also have English books already. Hindi can be developed over a period of time and we can transition. And the southern states in 1947 were ready to go for Hindi also. So we have identified two issues: that it is not said by everybody, it is not spoken by everybody, understood by everybody. And second, Hindi needs time. And the southern states are ready to say, okay, we will go for Hindi eventually, but Hindi also needs its own time. So if you understand this, then I tell you what is the constitutional compromise. What did the constitution say in 1950? On 26 January 1950, what was the compromise which came about? Do you understand the dilemma? Do you understand the issue? We'll read everything out of the PPT also. Don't worry. So there will be second reinforcement also. If you understand it, you can write any answer also. Now, this is very logical. I hope this is logical to you. This is not ratification. It's a logical understanding that, okay, it is not spoken. Everybody is ready, needs a little bit of time, and there needs to be English as a transitionary thing. It's a very logical thing in that sense. So now on 26th January 1950, when the Indian Constitution came into force, the Constitution said the following line. It said, for official purposes, which means official language, India, that is Bharat, will use English and Hindi as its official language. However, on 26th January 1965, we will transition to only Hindi as official language. As official language. So the idea was 1950, to 1965, 15 years. Hindi plus English. 1965 onwards, only Hindi. So you have in a way given Hindi. Hindi has been given 15 years to develop, and the non-Hindi states have 15 years to learn Hindi. And that is why you would have seen that there are multiple clauses in the constitution which talk about promoting Hindi, safeguarding, promoting Hindi as a language, because it was originally there under 1950 clause itself. Now, does the constitutional compromise make sense? 15 years transitionary period, does it make sense? Would you agree with the Constituent Assembly that they went with the best option possible? If you don't agree, I have a time machine. You can go and fight with the Constituent Assembly. But this is the mid path. This is the mid path. You have no other option. You have no other option, which is Hindi is not ready. At least 20 years. So 20 साल कर दो, क्या problem? You make 5 more years. It's not about 15 or 20. It's about why did Hindi not get chosen? Because Hindi was not developed. Hindi was not spoken everywhere. People need to learn Hindi. Hindi needs to develop properly. Now the point is, you do 15, 20, 30. It's an attitudinal thing. At this point of time, everybody in India was ready to accept Hindi. Now the blunder will not be done in the last 14 years or in the last 5 years. The blunder will happen very soon, which I'm going to come to. We all understand the constitutional compromise, yes or no, and we mostly agree over the time frame, and we mostly agree with the idea that it makes sense. Yes, I want everybody's yes, because now the problems will start to develop. And I will ask you a very important question as a future IAS officer of this country. Yes. Okay. Now, I got this mandate on 26 January 1950. I am a Hindi protagonist or Hindi scholar, and I have a mandate to develop within 15 years Hindi as a language which can be accepted across India. Now, my approach should be what? Gradual, systematic, or forceful and immediate as a Hindi proponent. What should be my approach? Gradual, systematic, forceful, immediate. It has to be gradual and systematic, because still confused why Hindi was chosen just because it is largely North India. No, because Hindi was common across Madras presidency. Achha, your issue is totally fundamentally different. You are like, Hindi ko choose hi kyun kiya? Because Hindi was the one which you chose and Urdu was rejected, so Hindi was left. And there's no other language which is spoken in North India at least. So at least 49-48% of India still understands it. And another 51 was to be taught. So I get your issue. Your issue is totally different. Okay. Now, the fact is, there's a gradual approach which everybody needs to take, and we all as administrators understand that systematic, primary level, and because they are learning something new, the non-Hindi states are learning something new, you have to be considerate. And if you have ever tried to learn Hindi, or if you're a Hindi learner, and if you've ever studied Hindi is a technical language. It's a very, very technical language, from Sandhi to different forms of what we call as grammar rules. It's a very technical language. Now, the blunder were two in 1948-49, rather 1951-52, the blunders are two. First thing was that the Hindi proponents became too eager. They were like, use governmental machinery, try to push it. So they were now becoming a little bit paranoid that no, let's push it. First issue is that they were a little bit forceful, but that is still okay. The blunder which was done was that now Hindi need to develop as a language. Hindi bolchal everybody understands. Bolchal, which means that what you say out of your mouth, the English as spoken by us and what I am speaking is very different. Meaning that bolchal Hindi is quite different. Academic Hindi is quite different. So you would have seen that in the way you write answers also. Bolchal Hindi everybody understands. Chala gaya, aa gaya. You don't write like this in the examination. Now, what the Hindi proponents did was, they said, before we spread it across India, let's do one thing. Let's systematize Hindi. And in the process of systematization, what they did is called Sanskritization of Hindi. And this is where the blunder basically started. What they did was, and I challenge to a person coming from the Hindi belt, go to the library of your college or your any library, pick up a Hindi Sahitya book or a history book in Hindi or a geography or a psychology or a physics book in Hindi. Read it within 5 minutes, your head is going to pain if you don't know Hindi properly. What they did was that they took out words which were used commonly and now started to add heavy words. So this is called Sanskritization of Hindi. They started to cleanse Hindi of all the Urdu words and the foreign words, and they started to add very difficult. Listen to All India Radio in Hindi and you will realize it. And this is the realization which even Jawaharlal Nehru got. Jawaharlal Nehru, coming from the Hindi belt, listened to English AIR, and when Hindi AIR started, he thought that he was sitting in Goa. Because the Hindi which the AIR host was saying was so difficult that it made no sense only. For example, Kim Kartavya Mimur. And I can ask each one of you who are from that Hindi belt, you will understand very heavy synonyms, prefixes, suffixes, grammar rules became so difficult. Maths, try to do maths in Hindi. The integration and differentiation will actually seem to be more easy than actually Hindi in that sense. Very difficult. And I can first hand say it because my uncle is a Hindi professor. He's a professor of Hindi in Delhi University. And when I look at the books and when I hear him say something, he's speaking a different language altogether. And this is where Hindi got messed up. This is called Sanskritization of Hindi. Now in 1947, everybody was ready to learn Hindi. If you are at 0%, and if you know Hindi 90%, for whom will it be more difficult to learn Hindi? A or B? It will be A. Because A, the non-Hindi areas have no idea, and you keep academic Hindi in front of them. And basically, between 1950 to 1954, what the Hindi proponents have done is that they've systematically alienated non-Hindi speaking areas, specifically South India. Because when the primers now started to come, it made no sense only. Leaders who used to attend INC sessions in Hindi and used to understand everything. C. Rajagopalachari and others started to become perturbed over the fact that what is this Hindi? And it is here that the hardening of the attitude starts. And this is here that the blunder actually starts to unfold. If gradual approach was taken and Hindi was kept as it was, today the reality would have been different. But what was done was Sanskritized Hindi was pushed into the North Hindi states. Now what happens is, one after the other, hardening of attitude. We understand the issue. Lakshmikant in Hindi is also quite difficult. True. Can we now discuss the role from the road from 1954 to 1960, 64ish, 66ish? Can we do that? I hope all of this is making sense. I will do it again through the PPT, so don't worry. Why Hindi Sanskritized? Because the Hindi proponents thought that this is a good chance to make Hindi more official. But that was not the demand of the hour. It was to make Hindi easy. They made it more difficult and academic. So you try to basically cleanse it and it becomes very difficult. So basically Hindi was made into Shashi Tharoor type of Hindi. English is spoken by me also and English is spoken by Shashi Tharoor also. Though he's not speaking too much high, but still people tend to say that he speaks a Britisher type English. Same way Hindi, standard Hindi was needed. Rather they made it very difficult. Okay. Now what happens is in 19, I have everything here. In 1956, I'll write it down here. In 1956, the President of India appoints a very important commission. It's called the Official Language Committee. There are 6 members and there are 2 members, one out of Tamil Nadu and one out of Bengal. And the question which is given to this committee in 1956 is Hindi ready? Is Hindi ready to be adopted as official language across India? And the answer which this committee gives is yes. However, the Tamil Nadu and Bengal member both dissent, saying that there is a pro-Hindi bias. There's a pro-Hindi bias in this official language committee. Hindi is not ready. Neither the Bengal people or in Tamil Nadu, this Hindi can be introduced at the school level. It will take close to 40 years to develop such type of Hindi in our language and in our population. However, because 4 members said yes, the official answer was yes. Now, the president in 1960 will appoint 2 things. One is called the Hindi Directorate. And the Hindi Directorate, the task it was given was that in 65, next 5 years, between 60 and 65, it should establish Hindi and write the constitution in Hindi. So the translation of the constitution in Hindi will start at this point of time. But the biggest non-confidence or suspicious thing which happened here was this language, this thing. Based on the committee report, the president now proposed that in UPSC, and this is where everybody gets a heart attack, in UPSC, Hindi will be made into a qualifying subject. Meaning that after 1960 onwards, and this period of 60 to 65, Hindi would be a language paper which you need to qualify. Today there is no Hindi, there is Indian language. You can choose any state language of yours. 22 of the national languages can be chosen, but he said we'll keep Hindi as a qualifying language. Now imagine today government of India says from next year 2024, Mandarin has to be qualified in the UPSC examination. Only 25% of marks you have to get, but still you have to qualify in Mandarin, which is Chinese language. Tell me the feeling which comes into your mind right now. If there's a notification which comes right now, which says Mandarin is qualifying, I'm giving an example. Don't take it too hard. Don't start to now Google that when did Mandarin come through. I'm asking you to feel the pain of the candidate who's sitting in the non-Hindi speaking area. In the non-Hindi speaking area, the shock which you get whilst knowing that 25% marks has to get got in Mandarin, same is true for that child, because for him Hindi is equally the same, because he has never seen that language properly. Now this is where the South Indian states totally changed their perspective, wherein they said that if our considerations are never going to be taken, and if this gives an unfair advantage to the Hindi speakers and it gives an unfair disadvantage to the non-Hindi speakers, then what's the point of taking our consideration only? So the first blunder is Sanskritization. The second blunder is proposing to introduce Hindi as a qualifying language. And whilst all of this is happening, Nehru could see it. Nehru could see that the southern states are changing their attitude, and that is why in 1959 he introduces or gives a very interesting statement. Nehru in 1959 says that we don't need to be paranoid over Hindi's introduction in 1965. I will make sure that the transition of Hindi from English to Hindi is only done once the southern states are ready to do it. And what he does is that 1 year before his death, he introduces what is called the Official Languages Act 1963. And under the Official Languages Act, Official Languages Act 1963, he says that now pay attention. He said there may be a case that Hindi's implementation may be delayed. Now the southern states said, why did you say may and not shall or will? Now there's a very subtle difference between these two. If I say to you, I may give you notes, and if I say I will give you notes, what is the difference between the two? What is the difference between the two? I may give you notes, I will give you notes. Very good. The difference is of certainty. I may or may not give you notes, but I will give you notes means I will give it to you. There's a confirmation there. May and may not is 50-50. And this is what southern states said, that if you, Nehru, are so committed to this, then don't write may, write shall or will. And now by 1962-63, there's a proper hardening, and by 1963 proper hardening will happen. Now the southern states don't care, and specifically northeastern, southern states, east, west, everybody, nobody cares if Hindi is going to be learnt or not. Now it became an issue of non-consideration. Thereafter, we will lose our first prime minister in 1964, Jawaharlal Nehru, and the person who will replace him is a very interesting, important personality. Who is the second prime minister? Lal Bahadur Shastri. Now, Shastri ji is a very good administrator or no nonsense person, very non-controversial. But he was very quick in becoming pro-Hindi. And he did not show any form of sympathy or consideration when it came to Hindi, or what we call non-Hindi states have a certain amount of, it's about anxiety. If the leader is able to quench the anxiety, anything can be done. And the anxiety is that this will be forced onto us, and Lal Bahadur Shastri does not basically take it very well. And the blunder he does is, he says a very interesting line in 1965, just before the implementation. He says that we are considering making Hindi an alternative medium in state PCSEs. Meaning, every state PCSE, Karnataka PCS examination, Tamil Nadu PCS examination, Kerala PCS examination, a candidate can either write in Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, or what we call as Tamil, and he can also write it in Hindi. Now, this alternative medium concept was going to impact students the most, because they can't give UPSC because they can't qualify that Hindi 25 marks or 25%. And they are now going to get non-Tamil, non-Malayali, non-Kannada, non-Telugu speaking students coming to South India and writing the examination and dominating the state PCS also. And this is why by 1965, the student outcry with regards to language became very big. And what will happen is that in 1965, 26 January, when it will be introduced, when the day will come to introduce Hindi, across what you're not getting the PCS concept. PCS concept is state PCS is there. Your state from which you come, you have a PCS examination. The paper comes in two. If you go to Gujarat PCS, if you've ever seen a state PCS examination, you will see it will have one side English, one side Gujarati. So it is saying that it will not have, it will have Hindi and Gujarati. And you can write the examination in Gujarati or Hindi. So a person, Hindi speaker, can write in UPSC also and can write in PCS also. This becomes a very big threat on the state examinations itself. So you are not, Union Public Service Commission goes out of their hand, but state public service commissions are also going out of their hand. And on 26 January 1950, 1965, when this comes through, in Tamil Nadu now starts the biggest anti-Hindi protest by the DMK. The DMK will start the slogan, Hindi never, English ever, and there will be multiple clashes. Union symbols will be attacked. 6 students will self-immolate themselves. They'll burn themselves alive, saying that there's no point living if we can't give examination, cannot get employments. Police firings and a lot of violence will happen throughout the southern states. And at this point of time, Lal Bahadur Shastri was himself not very, he was engaged in a much bigger issue which India had, was the 65 war. And therefore, it is Indira Gandhi, the daughter of Jawaharlal Nehru, who will travel multiple times to Madras and to southern states to tell them that you don't worry, we'll find a solution, let the war be over. Unfortunately, the 65 war with Pakistan will end with the Tashkent agreement, which we'll do on Sunday. in 1966, and Lal Bahadur Shastri will die because of a heart attack. And the next prime minister who will be appointed in a tussle between Morarji Desai and Indira Gandhi will turn out to be the next prime minister, the third prime minister. And as the third prime minister, the first thing which she will do in 1967 is she will amend her father's act, which is the Official Languages Act of 1963. And that amendment is what till today is used as the pretext or the template under which we live today, under which the 1965 clause was removed. India today has two languages as their official language, English and Hindi. These are both official languages. The states can choose in which language they want to converse with the center and state. And the three language formula was introduced, though never applied properly. In northern states, English, Hindi, and one South Indian language should be taught. And in southern states, English, the vernacular of that state, plus Hindi should be taught. Some of you may have been in schools in which this model may have been there, but unfortunately, what the third language concept came to, we started to substitute in both North and South with either Sanskrit or with French, German, and these European languages. India today follows the bilingual or dual official language system. And that is why in UPSC paper, it is mandated that the prelims paper will come in both the official languages of India, English and Hindi. And under the new rules, you can choose English is qualifying, Hindi, or you can substitute for Hindi an Indian language which comes under the 8th schedule itself. You can take it as qualifying, both qualifying papers. And you can also write any of the GS papers in any of the languages of India. And in state PCS papers, the concept is that you have to use the regional language plus one official language. And that is why till today, most of the state PCS in Tamil Nadu, if you will give Tamil Nadu PCS, one side will have Tamil, one side will have English. But Hindi and English, and this Hindi and southern state languages controversy and tussle still remains. But this is the system we follow today. In interview, it has to be English or Hindi. You have to just tell the board about it. Yes. Again, Shastri ji was murdered and this and that. Z5 documentaries, don't talk about them. Whatever government of India says, I say. So I don't want conspiracy theories. I will go with what it is. Now tell me, does this make sense, or did this make sense? The way from where we started 1965 and how it got messed up. If it makes sense, I'll read it out to you. We'll consolidate and take a break. Can I choose English as optional language? English paper as optional, yes. English literature is an optional. Yes. Everybody, yes or no? Arey yaar, interview in what language you will give? Official language only. Can't go into the board and then start to talk in a language which they don't understand. That's a separate issue altogether. Worry about prelims and mains right now. Interview we'll talk about later. Okay. What is the problem when Hindi is there in PCS examination? The problem is that if you put Hindi and local language, Hindi speaker at that point of time has an advantage everywhere. See, understand this point. Everybody does not understand English. It was either learning English or Hindi. Southern states said that we rather learn English because Hindi was made into a very difficult language. That is the basic point I'm trying to push. So let's talk about this and take a break. Then we come back and linguistic reorganization. When it came to mains, is only in English, Hindi, or both? Mains question paper will come in English, Hindi, both. You can write in any language you like. That you have to choose at the time of filling the form prelims. There's a video of me only how to fill prelims form on YouTube. You go and check that. It has everything what you need to know about that. Right? Yes. I'll push it to you also. All your questions. I'll push it to you. 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll push it to you also. All questions with regard to that is there also. I'll push it to you. I know you will now make it a task to ask me questions out of this only. I'll just push it to you. 1 second. How to fill UPSC form. 1 second. How to fill prelims form. Share. Copy. Here. You saw the DAF 1, DAF 2-1. Yes. This is the video. Watch it. Every question you have will automatically come in. DAF 1 will come first, then this one. Okay. If still question remains, I'll be happy to answer questions. Yes? Okay. Now, can I start? And this is just a reading of everything what I've said. Pavitra, everything for mains and everything is there in this video. एक बार देख के देखो, कुछ नया पता लगेगा. Maybe something new will come out. Look at it. Everything what you have as a question is already answered. Don't worry. Okay. When it came to choosing a language, one national language, the constitutional makers virtually accepted all major languages as languages of India. And this, in a way, automatically solves the problem. Now, Ramya, please don't make this type of CSAT question. Mains English Tamil interview possible, sir? Most probably not. But this CSAT type, don't give me, arrange the following. Any combination. If you will speak Tamil in the interview, then you have to intimate the board previously. And it is possible, but it is not desirable. Because then there will be one more person standing with you who will be translating. Because not everybody in the board will understand Tamil. So if you trust that person that he will not do what translators do, which is basically give random answers to random things, then totally fine. If you want to bring in a mediator in between, totally your call. Everything is possible. This is the land of opportunity. Do anything you want. Okay. Now, when it came to national language issue, we got it sorted. Thereafter, when it came to administrative language, the language for higher education, administration, courts such as linguistic areas, the point was which language, English or Hindi, because common language was needed for the central government to carry out its work. Now, in pre-independence period, if you asked somebody what language would be chosen as the language after independence, it used to be Hindustani. In 1925 itself, Congress session, it was said that Hindustani would be the language used to conduct the Congress meetings. And if you need to speak, you can also speak English or vernacular. In the Nehru report, it said that Hindustani would be in Devanagari or Urdu script taken as the official language of the new union which will be formed. And if you ask Gandhi about English, he would always say that I would accord a second place to this language, an optional language. And even Nehru, in the question of language in 1937, an article written by him, he said that I would not prefer English but Hindi. Now, when it came to pro-Hindi stance, once Hindustani was out of the picture, largest number, though not the majority, spoken in urban areas from Bengal to Punjab and Maharashtra and Gujarat. But when it came to the two language stance, it was very simply that Hindi is less developed, needs to develop properly, and Hindi's adoption puts non-Hindi states automatically at a disadvantage. So they need a little bit of time to come to speed with it. Now, this is the trilemma which is there. Hindi speakers want immediate switchover. Non-Hindi speakers say that we can retain English, but not forever. And Nehru was also of the favor that we can continue English for some time, and then we can transition to Hindi gradually. Now, when it came to the constitutional compromise, because Hindustani got rejected of being Urdu the official language of Pakistan, this is the compromise. Hindi in Devanagari script with international numerals, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, would be of India's official language. English was to continue for all official purposes till 1965, when it would be replaced by Hindi. So 1965 was the cutoff date before which we had 2 and thereafter 1. Now, it was assumed that the Hindi protagonists, the Hindi scholars, would overcome the weaknesses of Hindi and do confidence building in non-Hindi areas. However, they took a very hardline fanatical approach, and the biggest issue was Sanskritization of Hindi. A simple standard language which could get wide acceptance or at least popularization was needed. They tried to Sanskritize the language. Commonly understood words were replaced by newly manufactured, little understood ones. And in the name of purity, Hindi was made very difficult. Now, as I told you, 1965, official language commission will be there. Tamil Nadu, West Bengal member will dissent. But then the president is going to say that let us appoint the central, what we call a central Hindi directorate, which will translate everything. And Hindi can be an alternative medium in the UPSC. This will raise suspicion and anxiety in all non-Hindi areas itself. Thereafter, on 7th August 1959, Nehru, seeing this anxiety, argued that he would keep it as an alternative, English as an alternative language, as long as people required it, and would leave the decision not to the Hindi knowing people, but to the non-Hindi knowing people. But when the Official Language Act came in 1963, he used the word may continue rather than shall. And therefore, he will die next year and Lal Bahadur Shastri will become the Prime Minister. He was not as sensitive to this issue as Nehru, and he was now considering making Hindi an alternative medium in public service examinations, state PCS. This meant that non-Hindi speakers will be able to compete in all India services also and state PCS exam also. And this approach was now going to lead to a change in approach of the southern states itself. And therefore, in the year of 1965, when the year will come, the day will come on 26th January 1965, anti-Hindi conference will be held on 17 January and an anti-Hindi protest will happen on 26 January 1950. It was a day of mourning, widespread protest, Hindi never, English ever, and students' agitation will develop state-wise and then spread throughout the southern sector and the northeastern sector. Widespread rioting will happen, February leading to large-scale destruction of railways and union property. 4 students will self-immolate themselves, and 2 Tamil ministers in the cabinet, C. Subramaniam and Alagasen, will resign from the union cabinet itself. For 60 people lost their life in 2 months because of police firing itself. And thereafter, once all of this is happening, Lal Bahadur Shastri is busy with the war. Indira Gandhi, the information broadcasting minister, will go on to Madras multiple times. But once she will become the prime minister in 66, she will solve the problem through this, which is called the Official Languages Amendment Act of 1963, introduced on 27th November 1967. On this date, the act and given legal fortification to the 2-language formula. It provided, and I am repeating, use of English and an associate language in addition to Hindi for official work at center, for communication between center and non-Hindi states would continue as long as the non-Hindi states want, giving them full veto. Further, these dates did not to be remembered, and she introduced, therefore, the idea of public service examinations being conducted in one of the official language and the 3-language formula in schools. English, Hindi, and vernacular being a very important concept in the north, which is English, Hindi, South Indian language, South, English, South Indian language, and Hindi. And this in turn will solve the issue. And we can now transition to the second issue of language, which is called linguistic reorganization. Yes? Done? Are we clear about this area? Does it make sense? Did you get a new perspective, or was the old perspective introduced? Because there's a lot of misinformation across the internet about this also. So very simply, does Britishers know Hindi language? Yes, they do. They are the Indologists also. So I hope you will not now get caught up in misinformation. It was a genuine issue which got out of hand. So we come back at what? We come back at 6:55 and we'll take the story forward with regards to linguistic domination. Another important topic, a lot of questions may come. What is the issue of shall and may? May means uncertainty, shall means certainty. Would the problem if every Indian agreed Hindi considered as official language? Ankush, that was the consideration in 1947. Everybody said we will learn Hindi. But Hindi was made difficult. You can't blame anybody here. Okay. Why three language formula failed? Because it was made voluntary. That is the issue. Made voluntary. Okay. Post challenge. What slide? This slide. You want to be on this slide. Then what got accepted in the end? These two languages. Or India too has two official language. English, Hindi. Yeah. Okay. We come back at 56 and we take the story forward. Okay. Welcome back. It's more than 665. Where is sir? Here is sir. Okay. Now, okay. We start the second part of the discussion, which is basically related to another issue which emerged in a different way, and that too it emerged in the form of reorganization of India. Now here, reorganization of India till today is basically happening, and there are four phases. There are four phases in which we have to understand. Class finishes at 8:30, not at 8. I know why you're asking me that question. You want to go to the YouTube session, right? I'll try to discuss the main thing by 8 o'clock. Don't worry. I have something for you generally. I have this. A lot of you are asking me this question. These are called directive words. So we'll have this discussion last 15 minutes. This webinar, I think webinar has been cancelled. Hashmit says not well. So how to write, analyze, critically analyze, we'll have this discussion. So don't worry. Okay. Now, first phase is linguistic. Second phase is called tribal. Third phase is called economic. And fourth phase is called internal security. It's called internal security. If I have everybody's permission, I would like to start with the first phase. Yes? Everybody's on board? Everything is clear. Now, if you remember the Nehru report, the Nehru report said a very interesting line, if you remember. It said linguistic boundaries for Union of India. Now, linguistic boundaries means that state borders are divided vis-a-vis language. For example, language becomes the criteria of dividing the state borders of India. Now, in 1928 itself, we said it that once India will be created, it will be based on this. But in 1947, this question came in front of the Constituent Assembly that should linguistic boundaries be there? And if we look at the map of India at this point of time, everything which you see in blue is basically princely state. And with 565 princely states there, Nehru and Patel reconsidered this decision which was taken previously in the heat of nationalism. Because what they thought and what they saw was that, see, India was already burning here. India was already burning on this border. India was already burning on this border. And India's internal security was already in a major question because of the Indo-Pak war which was happening here, because of the partition which is happening here. And the idea which Patel and Nehru understood, specifically Patel, was that if we now try to integrate or reorganize India into a linguistic sense, which is, if you remember, there were 11 provinces. There were 11 provinces, but were they based on language? Was Madras Presidency, was the idea of Bombay Presidency, Bengal, United Province, and the central provinces based on linguistics? No, it wasn't. Because the British did it as they conquered it, and it was for administrative convenience. So the problem is administrative convenience is what the British have taken into consideration. But India wants to go for linguistic boundaries. But the problem is that if we start to internally reorganize India at the same point of time, the East and the West and the North is burning, it would lead to an internal crisis itself. So when it came to linguistic boundaries, the Constituent Assembly and specifically Nehru and Patel were not very keen, considering the fact that on the eve of our independence itself, there is a war, there is an economic crisis, there is law and order problems, and at this point of time, if we go for redrawal of internal boundaries, it could intensify regional linguistic rivalries, damage the unity of the country. However, still, there were three committees which were established, rather two committees which were established to take up this question. The first committee on the question should, between 1947 and 49, 50, the first, should we go for linguistic boundaries? This question was picked up by first what is called the Dhar Commission. Justice S.K. Dhar was given this question, that should India go for linguistic boundaries in 1950? And S.K. Dhar Commission straight away said no. Dhar Commission established that the principle should be administrative convenience and should not be linguistic boundaries as a temporary arrangement. But as soon as this happens, there is a lot of protest also which starts. So the Congress does a drama of its own, which is called the JVP Commission. 1948, both of them. This is called Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel, Patabi Sitamarhi. Jawaharlal, Vallabhbhai Patel, Patabi Commission, JVP, named after the first names of the leaders who were involved. And they also considered the question that should it be linguistic boundaries? And the answer to that question was no, but we will be open to reconsider it later. So, be it Dhar Commission, which is the Linguistic Provinces Commission, it said that the desirability of linguistic provinces is not there. We should go for administrative convenience rather than linguistic basis. And the JVP Commission again said that reorganization on a linguistic basis is too dangerous, and we will re-examine it on basis of public demand. So one thing was clear by 1949, and I think I have successfully showed it to you also, that between 1947, 48, 49, was India in a position to take internal redrawing of boundaries based on languages? And the answer to that question is no, because not all princely states had been reintegrated, and there is too much fragility in the Indian subcontinent itself, turmoil, war, and destruction. So now, when the Constitution came out, the Constitution gave us this map. This is the 1950 map, which you will see in Lakshmikant called the ABCD arrangement. ABCD was very simple. If you look at the states, you will automatically understand it. Part A states were Assam, Bihar, Bombay, Madhya Pradesh, Madras, Odisha, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal. What is common to all of them? Part A or Part A states. This is 1950 Constitution. All of these were erstwhile. This is nothing but the 11 provinces. 11 provinces. This is erstwhile provinces of the British. If you look at Part B, Hyderabad, Jammu and Kashmir, Madhya Pradesh, Mysore, Madhya Bharat, Mysore, Patiala, Pepso, Rajasthan, Travancore, Cochin. What is common to B? All of them are basically princely states. These are all princely states. Now, if the princely state is too small, they were added to Part C. Ajmer, Bhopal, Bilaspur, Coorg, Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Kutch, Manipur, Tripura, Vindhya Pradesh. And this is basically the UTs. And last but not the least, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands was pushed into Part C, Part D rather. Now, this map is an interim map on which we got independence. So, what I have established to you is that the initial principle established and used by the Constituent Assembly was, don't play with India too much. It will become too dangerous for the internal security of India. And that is why we went with the easiest possible solution. However, within 3 years of this arrangement, things will become explosive in this area. Things will become explosive in this area. Lakshadweep, part of Kerala at this point of time, seen as a part of Kerala. Now, JVP says no, and you will find both these spellings. This is the Bipin Chandra spelling. The spelling should be Poti Shiramalu. On 9th October 1952, or rather 19th October 1952, a very popular freedom fighter coming from the Andhra areas, the Telugu speaking areas, now sits onto fast onto death for the idea of a state which should be called the Andhra state, or the Telugu speaking area should be removed from the Tamil speaking areas. And unfortunately, the government did not give heed to his fast. I am telling you, the spelling which is here is Bipin Chandra spelling. I know there are multiple spellings which are different than this, but that I understand. Now, the government of India will not give heed to his fast, and he will die because of this fast onto death. And as soon as he will die, 3 days of continuous rioting will happen. And in 1953 October, first linguistic state is formed in India, which is Andhra Pradesh. Whilst Andhra Pradesh is created as the first state, the consequent state which is left is called Tamil Nadu. So basically, till 1952, this works. But as soon as the Andhra state comes out of Tamil Nadu, now the floodgates open. So what have I established? First, administrative principle. First 3 years is okay, 1950 to 52. 1953, the government is forced to give a state called Andhra state and Tamil Nadu. And now this just opens the floodgates. Everybody is following me till this point? Because it's a step-by-step process. I will make a table in the end that is going to be critical. I'm just traveling with you across India, but there's a table I will give you that will be literally critical to write any answer. So you just have to wait, right? Just have to wait. Just have to travel with me throughout India. Now, as soon as Andhra state comes in, a new commission is established, and this commission is now going to consider the same question: can there be linguistic states? And the Fazal Ali Commission in 1953 will finally say yes. It says that the 3-tiered system A, B, C should be abolished, and we can go for linguistic states. But 5 conditions are put. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Let's look at the first condition. The first condition was, yes, whilst we say that language can be used as a principle to divide the states, one language, one state cannot be the basis of making languages. Meaning, nobody can be forced out of an existing area because he or she belongs to a different linguistic group. If this would have happened, then in India there would be mass migrations in every state. Meaning that if you are in Tamil Nadu state and there are bordering villages which are in Tamil Nadu but speak Kannada, it should not be that these people are forced to leave Tamil Nadu. Because what it does by one language, one state, which is homogeneity, it basically defies a very important part of the constitution. Tell me, if you bring in one language, one state, it then defies a very important part of the constitution. Very good. A fundamental right which you have, which is freedom of movement and the freedom to reside in any part of India. So basically, Article 19 gets challenged if you go for one language, one state. That is why Fazal Ali said, okay, you redraw, but this should not mean that you cleanse the state itself. That everybody should be Tamilian. That should not be the case. And that is why till today, different parts of India, you will find different people. Hindi speakers in Tamil Nadu, in Kannada, in Karnataka, Kannada and Tamil speakers in Delhi, in UP. So the idea was that we don't create this idea of linguistic minorities. State has been divided according to the language, but that does not mean that you have to now leave the state because you speak a different language. Are we clear about the first principle? It is a very critical principle because it basically divides India further if it is taken into consideration. Perfect. Now comes the 4 conditions on creating new states. First condition: preserve and strengthen the unity and security of India. This means you cannot create a state which basically becomes a threat for India itself. For example, in Rajasthan, you go and divide it to 7 states. Makes no sense. That is going to become too dangerous for India's internal security. Seven chief ministers, the government of India cannot take on board. Second is, as much possible, linguistic and cultural homogeneity should be there, as much as possible. And the welfare of the people should be taken into consideration, that if I create this state, does welfare happen for people? But what is the most important is this one. A state should not be created in such a way that it becomes an administrative nightmare and it is fiscally non-viable. That you, for example, you divide Kerala into 3 states. Then can these 3 states individually survive fiscally? State GDP should be stable. And state GDP should be good enough that the state is fiscally stable. People who ask for statehood today, forget this clause. Forget this clause that fiscal viability is very, very important. You can't randomly create a state. If does it have industries? Does it have agriculture? What is going to be the economy? How is it going to operate? These questions are not taken into consideration. 1950, we took a compromise, administrative convenience. Andhra state created, Fazl Ali Commission is established to establish the principles of reorganization. And what will happen is, now the constitution will be amended under these principles, and we will get our second important map in 1956 through what is called as the State Reorganizations Act 1956. Can anybody tell me why do we need to do a constitution amendment for this? The seventh constitution amendment of 1956. Why do you need to amend the constitution? Destruction and creation of the states under Article 1, 2, and 3, 4, rather 3, 4 is allowed. Why do we need to go for a constitutional amendment? Why do you need to amend the constitution? Come on. Come on. Looking for a polity understanding. Not tracking. Not affects the states. I'm looking for a very important word. Alteration of boundaries allowed under 3 and 4. A very important principle is defined by doing this. If you change the federal principle of the constitution, then you have to change the constitution through a constitution amendment act. Center state relationship gets affected. Use your polity. In a way, post independence brings in every subject: internal security, polity, economy, and history. Center state relationship gets affected. That is why they had to amend the constitution. And in 1956, this is the map which is developed. But if you look at this map, there are already 2 to 3 issues. 14 states will be created and 6 union territories will be created. Andaman Nicobar Islands, Delhi, Manipur, Tripura, Himachal Pradesh, Lakshadweep, which is Lakshadweep Islands. Now, are we all on board with regards to principles? 3 commissions, they can be asked in the examination. Dhar, JVP, Fazl Ali. Administrative convenience, linguistic, 4 principles. Are we all on board with regards to them? Are we all on board with regards to them? Yes or no? Because this point forward, now the discussion will keep on changing. But under Article 3, Parliament can redraw boundaries. Sure. But if it will change the number of states, it will change the number of UTs, it will then change the center-state relationship, which is changing the federal principle. And therefore, it in turn means that they have to amend the constitution. Simple point is, these states should not be an internal security threat. They should be fiscally viable. They should be administratively convenient and should be doing welfare for the people as homogeneous as possible. Now, if you look at this map, there are rather two major issues. What are the 2 major issues in this map? One is this, and the other one is this. If you go further, you will find this one also. 3. There are 3 issues. One is the issue of Gujarat and Maharashtra. The other one is the issue of the northeastern states, all called Assam. And the other one is the issue of Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, and Haryana. Now, why did not the Fazl Ali Committee divide Gujarat and Maharashtra? And the reason for that is Bombay City. Mumbai was the bone of contention. Gujarat wanted Mumbai, Maharashtra wanted Mumbai. And the center said, if both want Mumbai, we'll make Mumbai a UT, shared capital between Gujarat and Maharashtra. But tell me, why would both Gujarat and Maharashtra reject this plan? Tell me why both will reject this plan. Not an administrative issue. It's all about the money. It's the fiscal capital of India. If it becomes a UT, who gets the money from Bombay? It goes to directly the center. And this is where Gujarat and Maharashtra agreed cannot let Bombay, the fiscal capital of India, become part of a UT, basically center getting all the revenue. So when it came to 1956, the issue had not been resolved. Both were extremely adamant on each getting it. When the Fazal Ali Committee will pass the State Reorganization Act through the parliament itself via the government, Gujarat and Maharashtra were not created, and this will lead to, for 4 years between 1956 to 60, proper rioting and proper conflict between these two states over the issue who should be given the city itself. And when the British, when not the British, when the government, Congress government, will start to lose in the municipal elections and the elections of both Gujarat and Maharashtra area, now it will be Indira Gandhi who will take a call. And she will straightforward say that if this level of violence will happen, she said that Bombay city will be given to Maharashtra and I will give a grant for the creation of a new capital for Gujarat. Whilst that happens, Ahmedabad can be the capital and Gandhinagar will be created as a new capital of Gujarat. This is the first issue which the government of India had to solve, which is Bombay and Gujarat issue, and it will only get solved by May of 1960, wherein the government will proactively take steps to make sure that these two states are created with Ahmedabad as the interim capital and Bombay city as the capital of Maharashtra. So this issue got solved here. Thereafter, the next major issue was this one, which is 1966. First 10 years, there was an issue between Punjab, Haryana, and Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. Basically, Punjab and Haryana, you have Hindi speakers, you have Gurumukhi speakers. And here the Akali politics will become such within the first 10 years of first 10 years of the Fazal Ali Committee, that the government will be forced to create 3 states out of it. Himachal Pradesh. Indira Gandhi took, I know it is Jawaharlal Nehru in power, but Indira Gandhi campaigned in this sector to tell her father to take a call. Now, 3 states will be, rather 2 states and 1 UT will be created, wherein the tribal areas, the Pahadi areas of Punjab will be made into Himachal Pradesh UT, later given statehood. Punjab and Haryana will be created, and the first planned city of modern India will be created, which is Chandigarh as the capital of both Punjab and Haryana. With this, the first principle of reorganization of India was done, which is language. So, if I create a certain flow chart, the first principle which was applied, phase 1, this is the period of the linguistic reorganization of India. Now pay attention in the examination. Does it say linguistic reorganization? It says reorganization. If it says reorganization, it means all 4 phases. If it only says linguistic reorganization, it means only first phase. Linguistic reorganization, language issue for reorganization of India. In this, 3 committees will be formed. Dhar Commission, JVP, and Fazal Ali Commission. This said no, this said no, this said yes. Administrative principle. And first state which became like this is called the Andhra state. State Reorganization Act 1956 was there. Between 1947 and 1966, this phase was there, wherein last state reorganized in this principle is going to be Haryana, Punjab, and Himachal Pradesh. Can you remember this much? I told you I'll make a very important flowchart and you will never forget any of it. Can you remember this much? Okay. Now, if they ask you a very specific question about this, you can answer it. That what was the issue of linguistic reorganization? Why did they not go for it? Why did they go for it later? Are you capable of writing an answer on this phase itself? Haryana is Hindi, Punjab is Gurumukhi. Okay. Now, the second phase in Indian history, phase 2 is 1970s to 1980s, and this is called as tribal reorganization. Tribal identity was used as a principle to reorganize northeastern India. Now, you tell me one thing. Calling the whole Northeast Assam, does it do justice to the tribal identity of the northeastern sector? And this is the basic point. Gujarat, Rajasthan, this and done. 63, Nagaland will be the only exception here, which is 63, which I'll tell you. Pondicherry and Goa added. But the issue remains here. You will learn about Naga insurgency and the northeastern insurgency in internal security, which is going to come very soon. So I will rather talk about the tribal principle and what is called as the Northeastern Areas Act of 1971. In this, Manipur, Tripura, and Meghalaya, along with Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh, will be formed. And here, the identity was quite important. The seven sisters will come into existence here, wherein Northeastern Frontier Agency will become Arunachal Pradesh later. Nagaland was the only exception. It's in 1963 only, rather than 1970s. Manipur, Tripura, Meghalaya, and Assam as a much shorter area was created. But the most interesting addition is Sikkim. So we know that 87, 72, 71, these states are created. You don't have to learn the timeline. You just have to learn the principle of that period. 1 second. And the idea is very simple. Here it was about dividing India according to the principle of tribal identity. But the Sikkim story is quite interesting. Can I talk to you about Sikkim? Okay. Now, Sikkim was basically a princely state, and the rulers of Sikkim, they take a title called Chogyal. They take a title of Chogyal, and the ruler of Sikkim, the dynasty was called the Namgyal dynasty. Now, Sikkim basically, this is the title, this is the name of the dynasty. There's no confusion here. Now, Namgyal dynasty was initially a princely state, and when the British were expanding in this sector, dynasty means come from a family of rulers. They are all coming from the same family and they are rulers. Now, Chogyal is an honorary title, princely state. When the British expand in this northeastern sector, they make Sikkim into a protectorate. Protectorate means that it has internal freedom, but externally, everything is controlled by the British. Externally, everything is controlled by the British. Now, when it came to independence, India was very clear that Bhutan and Sikkim are protectorates and have a separate identity. And therefore, the Constituent Assembly moved to say that we don't want to touch these two areas. Rather, we want just the protectorate status to be taken forward. This was the idea. Standstill agreement was signed, and the Namgyal dynasty and the Chogyal, rather the priest king of Sikkim, went into understanding with Nehru that we can go for a protectorate concept. And therefore, between 1950 and 1975, Sikkim remained a protectorate of India. Protectorate means that it was basically independent, but when it came to defense, communication, and law and order, India had a say and India used to control that. Now, the problem in creating Sikkim as a protectorate were two things. First thing was that there was something called the Sikkim State Congress, which developed, which said that we want to accede to India. They said we want to accede to India. We don't want to be a protectorate, we want to be part of India itself. And the Chogyals created something called the Sikkim National Party, which was an anti-acceding or anti-India joining party itself. Again, I'm giving you the bookish knowledge. People from Sikkim may not agree with me, but this is what the basic official line is. Sikkim State Congress wanted Sikkim to become part of India. Sikkim National Party, a party created by the Chogyal itself, rather created an concept which is anti-Congress or Sikkim State Congress. Now, this was not the bigger issue. The bigger issue is that Sikkim is landlocked between two big countries. What are the two countries in between it is landlocked? One is India, the other one is China. Now, basically what the Americans started to do in the Cold War period, the Americans came quite a lot in big numbers as tourists to Sikkim. But they were not tourists, but they were basically the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency. Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. This is basically the RAW of America. And what the CIA was doing is it was misusing the protectorate concept in spying on India and China, both from Sikkim itself. And therefore, when Indira Gandhi, or rather, Indira Gandhi did not like the fact that Sikkim's protectorate status was misused by the Americans and even the Chinese from time to time. So, by 1975, Sikkim State Congress movement had become very big, and there was a major clash between the Sikkim State Congress and the Sikkim National Party, in which the king got involved. Because defense and internal law and order is in India's hand, India gave Chogyal the option that we can go for a plebiscite and check if the people of Sikkim want to be part of India or not. And in 1975, a plebiscite or a referendum was taken. 97% of the population said that they want to be part of India, and Sikkim then became a state in 1975. And with this referendum, the seven sisters became consolidated. So, in this principle, first state was Nagaland, and the whole reorganization was based on the idea that the tribal identities need to be preserved, and this strengthens the national security of India. Are we clear about phase 2? If we are, we move to phase 3 and 4 very easy. Are we clear about phase 2? Phase 1, language. Phase 2, tribal. Very easy. Northeastern India was reorganized in this period. Okay. Now, we'll talk about this issue later, 1991. I want to move to phase 2 and 3. Now, when we talk about phase 2, rather phase 3 and 4, there are very interesting concepts in that sense. Madhuri, you lost connection in between and you are not able to follow, or what is the issue? These are two very different things. So I remember your message that you lost connection. You tell me, what are you not able to follow? Phase 2 is nothing but, phase 1 is linguistic reorganization. Phase 2 is very simply when northeastern sector was given one identity itself, which is Assam. This identity does not do justice to all the tribes in the northeastern sector itself, and therefore India chose to reorganize the northeastern sector according to tribal identities. The only odd one out here was Sikkim, which was not part of India till 1975. It was a protectorate and was added as a state in 1975. That is it. Sikkim becomes part of phase 2. Okay. Pooja, what you are giving me is the China line of argument. Phase 3, phase 4. Okay. Phase 3 was based on the concept of regional inequality and issues. Now here, there were 3 states in focus. One was MP, the other one was the area Bihar, and the last one was UP. And it was believed that the areas of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Uttarakhand what was common to all these three areas was that within their original state, welfare of the people and economic development was distorted. Basically, what is common to Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Uttarakhand is that these are basically the tribal areas of the states. Uttarakhand, the Pahadi area, of UP, Jharkhand, the tribal area of Bihar, and Chhattisgarh, the tribal area of MP. And the idea was that if you have a whole state assembly, would these regions have a majority or a proper representation of their people? And the idea is no. So the idea was that you create these as states so that these states can now do welfare to their own people. And therefore, phase 3 was based on regional imbalance, wherein Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and the last major was separation, 2014, was separation of Telangana from Andhra Pradesh. The fact of the matter is, the last or the latest was Andhra Pradesh giving birth to Telangana. And when the Telangana movement was on, I was in Sri Venkateswara College, Delhi University, which is an Andhra and basically TTD run college. And firsthand, I saw the way regional imbalance and regional ideas were pushed in a way that Telangana always used to say that they were not getting funds in the politics of Andhra Pradesh. The movies always used to show regional imbalance between Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. The hero would always be an Andhra Rayalaseema area, and the villain would always be in a Telangana area. This is the type of issues which were developing within Andhra Pradesh and Telangana itself. And the last major is 2014. The idea of Telangana coming out of Andhra Pradesh. The idea is very simple, that these states would do better for their people. However, this phase showed to us that this principle does not really work, because Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh proved to us that just creating a state does not automatically translate into economic prosperity. Because if you go by state GDP today, both these states will come very down in that itself. Wherein both states have shown that economic viability was not checked. All mines area was removed from Bihar and made into Jharkhand with tribal land and mines. But by doing that, what happened was that there was no agricultural economy itself. Chhattisgarh, all tribal area was there, and one after the other, only we had CM after CM after CM. So Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand proved to us that just creating states is not the answer. The last phase is the phase we are in right now, which is internal security. In this, we have seen 2 to 3 things happening. Internal security means the creation of these states or UTs is to strengthen the unity and sovereignty of India. Jammu and Kashmir UT with legislature, Ladakh UT without legislature, merging of Dadar, Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu into one UT. And this is basically the last one. Are you now capable of writing an answer which talks about reorganization of India in the 20th and 21st century? I'll show you a question on Sunday. Reorganization of India on the lines of 19th, 20th and 21st century. And you are also capable of writing phase 1 separately. Yes? Come on. Now, one small discussion, two small discussions, and then we'll go to the directive principles or the directive words discussion. One discussion, this is the basic list. Do not learn this. Do not learn this. See, tribal phase 2, 3, 4 will not come separately. You can get one question on linguistic reorganization, and you can get one question on reorganization generally. So if I divide it into phases, this is basically phase 1. This is phase 2. This is phase 3. And this is phase 4. This is phase 4. Now, the idea here is has creating these states stopped all statehood demands in India? You have to write Sikkim will be phase 2 only. Why Chhattisgarh came out? Because Chhattisgarh was going backwards in MP. So it was created as a separate state so that it gets proper representation. And the answer to the question that is reorganization going to stop further reorganization, the answer is no. Because as of right now, there are multiple statehood demands which are there, and this is relevant for your polity GS paper 2. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, there was a consideration that Uttar Pradesh should be divided into 4 states. It's too big a state, and its HDI, what is called Human Development Index, and Human Development Indicators are not good enough. And therefore, it is better to divide into 4 states. Awadh Pradesh, Purvanchal, Bundelkhand, and Paschim Pradesh. However, this got rejected by the center itself because it was too big a hassle to create 4 and would have created 4 very fragile states when it comes to economy. Thereafter, a very important demand is of Vidarbha. Vidarbha argues that because it is the landlocked part and it was promised as Nagpur as the capital in 1956 itself as a state, it has still not been given the status. This still has not been given the status, which is, it has been arguing that it is going backwards like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Uttarakhand, and should be given a new state itself. Thereafter, there is another demand in Saurashtra in Gujarat, saying that they are linguistically different and Saurashtra is going backwards as Gujarat is going forwards. And there are multiple demands when it comes to the Northeast, again, with regards to the first one being the Gorkha land issue, where the Gorkhas want a separate state itself, which is called the Gorkha land. You also have the Bodo land issue. And the simple point is, very simply, understand this point clearly. The more you divide India, the further it will get divided. So, dividing India into further states according to some principle is not the answer. The answer is better representation better ideas of governance and regional representation. Creating a state is a burden. I'll tell you why. Can I discuss this with you? And then we talk about Delhi, and I would be happy to go, happy if you want to go to the session, you can go there. Can I discuss two issues with you? Okay. First issue is that if you create a state, it is a burden on the taxpayer. But who pays for the government? We pay for the government. So if there was one police, one legislative assembly, one IS, now there needs to be two police organizations, two legislative assemblies, and two IS for the same thing. Which means who pays for that salary of the second one? You and me. So it's a burden on the public exchequer. Second, there's no guarantee of fiscal. There's no guarantee of fiscal power or fiscal prowess itself. Now, there will be one argument. Smaller states are better for human development. Bigger states are not better for that. But ironically, we have multiple examples where this principle will not apply. Haryana, Kerala, very good economically. Haryana better than Kerala with state GDP. But Kerala's human development index with regards to infant mortality, sex ratio is very high. Haryana is very low. Punjab also very small state, economically very strong. But then HDI is not good enough. Bigger state is also no guarantee. You have Gujarat, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, very big states, very good HDI also, very good state GDP. But then you have Uttar Pradesh, which is very, very prosperous, but HDI is not good enough. Further, you have Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand as now examples of non-viable states when it comes to economy. Uttarakhand, unfortunately, the floods have destroyed the tourism economy, and tourism is the only economy they have. So the point is, you can't give me an example and say that this is the set plan we have to follow. And there is a burden which you and me take when a new state is created. And fiscal viability and administrative viability is something which needs to be considered. Now, a very critical question. The answer I'll push you in poll. Yes or no. Should Delhi be made into a state? Full proper state. Poll came to you? No. And now it should be in front of. Should Delhi be made into a state? And here the answer is no. See, Delhi is an exception. It is a UT with legislation. But it is even more peculiar because from the state list, law and order, police and land is not controlled by the legislature but by the center, basically the lieutenant governor. This is where basically Pondicherry and Delhi is different. Pondicherry, this division is not there. Delhi is quite different that way. In 1991, Delhi was given this special tag which is called NCR or NCT, which is National Capital Territory, wherein the areas of Gurgaon, Ghaziabad, Noida and all were added and created as one unit. But the question is to why it should not be given law and order, police and land, which has been a tussle with Kejriwal for a very long time. The answer is that India is the capital, Delhi is the capital of India. Capitals are mostly under the control of the center. For example, Washington DC, Canberra in Australia. But if you give law and order, police and land, all our executives and our army, our navy, our internal security, our national security goes into a lot of political uncertainty. Why? For example, the Indian army wants a little bit more land to expand and have anti-aircraft missiles. Who will they go to? They will go to Kejriwal. That give us more land. If there is a difference between the center and the state, now the army will suffer because of political reasons. Second, the government of India now wants to redevelop the central vista, which is the whole of Kartavya Path and the whole sector. Land would be needed for that. Who would give that? Kejriwal. He will say that I will not give you land for the new parliament only. Second, or rather third, police, if it is under the CM, president, prime minister, all MPs, Supreme Court judges, all sit in Delhi. If their security is again made into a mockery of politics, then the Indian constitution and constitutional personalities and constitutional posts are all threatened. So Delhi is too critical to be given to the state, because center state politics should not dictate executive action and the security of Indian executives. Clear? Everybody, are we clear? So since the beginning of the class, I have discussed three issues with you: Goa Pondicherry integration, official language controversy, and linguistic reorganization. Now, are we all on the same page with this? Because if we are, I will now have the discussion with regards to mains directive words, but I will see you on Sunday with post-independence class. This is officially your last class for this week for post-independence in modern India. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope modern India is now your strong point, and I hope that post-independence by Sunday will be sorted. Doubt session on Sunday. We have been meeting for the past 1.5 months, and I hope that I've done justice to at least modern India and post-independence. Second thing, this is not the last class. We meet on Sunday 17th. Schedule will be shared with you. One doubt session and the third module in that regard. Tomorrow, I meet some of you again with ancient medieval art and culture, and some of you later in March. Simple point is, if this is your last class with me, all the best. Thank you. Take care. If it isn't, then we start a new journey tomorrow itself, and you will be getting a feedback form or have already got a feedback form by today evening, and it has not been shared, will be shared either by today evening or tomorrow. My simple point is, modern India and post-independence should not be a weak point, but the two main modules of post-independence are covered. Now on Sunday, we will do wars, NAM, and regional inequality with political currents. In that, the war is the most interesting and important area itself. Therefore, thank you. Take care. If you want to join the YouTube session, you can. And if you want, we can also have a discussion on this. Totally your call. I promise to you that I will leave you by 8:85. I've done that. Critical discussion happening on YouTube with regards to 370. I am considerate enough to leave you for that also. So if you want to go there, God bless you. Thank you. Take care. If you're still there, I give you a minute. Decide what you want to do. If you want to go there, go there. If you don't want to, be here and we will discuss this discussion. On YouTube right now, Sarmat Shah would be discussing the constitutionality of 370. That's a very important topic, but you can always watch that later. Both sessions are recorded. This is also, that is also. Totally your call. Okay. So I give you a breather here. You decide what you want to do. Totally your call. Okay. Art and culture, ancient medieval art and culture, world history, everything me only. How to revise modern India whole systematically. Okay, now I had promised to you, I had promised to you that I will have a proper discussion with regards to directive words. And here I am fulfilling that promise, that each of these words has a certain meaning and idea. Ancient is difficult. We'll talk about that once we've covered ancient medieval art and culture. Don't worry about that. Now, see, these words are very close to each other also, but have a little bit of difference. In the sense, see, analyze, see, critically is a different word itself. See, analyze, examine, elaborate, discuss. These are called the bigger words. I'll make them write you down that. See, you have explain, examine, analyze, and thereafter the idea of elaborate, comment, and discuss. Every other word which you know comes like this: explain, examine, analyze, critically analyze. Add critically here, it becomes critically here also, critically examine. Elaborate has different words attached to it. Elaborate, elucidate, demonstrate, and discuss can also be give reasons, etc. There are words such as, for example, previous used to come justify, then do you agree? It's basically same as comment. Do you agree? Then you have substantiate. All of them are basically having the same type of connotation. Meaning, if I've written in front of it, they are just the same thing itself. There's only a difference, subtle difference. Describe is also this. Describe, elaborate, outline, justify, summarize. Summarize is discuss. Summarize, illustrate, give account of, comment on. Okay. Now, how are they different? They are different to each other in a very subtle way. In a very subtle way. Trace would be again discuss only. Now, explain, examine, analyze are the most difficult ones because they are closest to each other. See, the easiest is discuss. Discuss is give main points of the topic or issue and conclude. Basically, it's asking, discuss the reasons why India got independence in 1947. Basically, give the basic points. Don't have to be a Byomke Bakshi here or a Sherlock Holmes and have to do nothing. Just write the major points and your job is done. Now, the analysis part comes from this. Analyze is give points and tell the causes or how. How? For example, analyze the clauses of the Cripps mission. So here you have to give points also, but you also have to tell the causes or impacts, or tell them how they are important. Explain is give points and elaborate on why that point is important or how it is related to the topic. So, for example, explain to me or explain Swaraj's no changes issue. So you'll give the points, but you will also tell them why. Why are the Swarajists and no changes talking about that? Examine is analyzing, but in larger context of the issues. For example, a question may be explain the India-China relationship, examine the India-China relationship. Explain the India-China relationship would be that you are telling them how does the India-China relationship work. But examine the India-China relationship is basically the evaluation of it. That is why examination, you would have also seen this word, evaluate. You need to evaluate it in the larger context of things. Then you have elaborate. This is give examples to support or negate the points or argument of the question. Meaning, the question is give, for example, the question is India was not ready for independence in 1942. Elaborate. So here you would have to explain each and every point why. Give examples. Basically, this is about giving examples. Comment is basically give your opinion in the end. And that way this is similar to it, but always have a mid path. Please, the examiner really does not want your real opinion. So don't do that. Give a fake opinion which is in between both lines. India and China relationship can never be solved. Comment. You write, yes, never can be solved. Everything is doomed. No. Like a diplomat. There are issues. There are convergences. Maybe later there will be better understanding. Don't take both extremes. Everything is going to get destroyed. Everything is perfect. It's a positive approach, but a mid path. Second, do not criticize the government too much. The government is useless. It is not doing anything for anybody. Then, government is doing anything for everybody. There is no poverty. Everything is perfect. Both are problems. Both are problems that the government is God also and the government is not God also. Government is doing its task. It is trying to do what it wants to do. However, there are areas in which the government of India can improve. So, please be very, very clear that never take an extreme line. Never take an extreme line. Saying no, China, Pakistan can never be mended. That is also not right. Is this clear? And has this given you a little bit more clarity? Yes? In the PPT, I have given you this also. 7 directives of, one last thing. Critical. Wherever it says critically and dash, what you have to do is that you have to give both positives and negatives. And negatives. So in this type of question, only when it says critical, only when it says critically, both give positive, negative, and in the conclusion, take a mid path. First, we can write the positive words, then we can contradict, showcasing faults. Yes, that is basically critical. In discuss, do we need to write positive, negatives? No. In discuss, until as it is not asked, don't write critically answering. Don't write negative until unless it is not asking you to do so. Please be clear about this very clearly. Please explain the explain word again. Explain word, explain, explain. Explain is you have to tell why that thing is important to the argument. Explain is why, analyze is how, examine is larger context. Which one is mostly used in examination? All of them are used. These details apply for all subjects. Yes, I'm doing this discussion as a welfare service. This is for all. You will not have this conversation with anybody. I am doing it specifically, and it's true for all subjects. Yes, Jan Hit mein jari. This is okay. Done. If we are done, we can leave early today. If you are clear about this. Consider there is a question discussing on Gandhi's interventions. May the question elaborate on Gandhi's intervention? Yes. How? Elaborate on Gandhi's intervention and explain Gandhi's intervention are two different things. Evaluate means that you have to evaluate what was the impact. Explain means you have to explain what he was trying to do. They're two very different things. Tomorrow, ancient medieval art and culture. Yes. Was Sanskritization partly because of growing? No, Ishita. Nothing like that. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. See you on Sunday. Have Roshan, I don't know. I have no idea. I'll ask the team. I'll ask the team if there's an issue about that. Okay. How Gandhi relevant in present time? Previous question. Non-violence, the ideas of vegetarianism, the concept of non-cooperation, resistance without, that is all standard. Okay. Weekend batch is also at sync, exactly at sync. Wherever we stopped, weekend batch as it is on Saturday, we'll finish all post-independence. What time ancient medieval? Same time, 5 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. It was very, very, very good knowing you. If you are going to see me tomorrow, perfect. If not, all the best. See you soon. If not today, in March. On 19th, as it is, I have art and culture webinar. I hope you'll be there for that. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. And these 10 minutes, a small token of appreciation from my side to you. Enjoy. Thank you. Bye-bye.